Welcome in, everybody. Happy Friday. Thank you guys for all your heart me's. Happy Friday. I'm just sharing it out. And if you guys could share it out for me too, that'd be great. Hitting that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner. There's like a little yellow circle, 2 arrows chasing each other. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Hi Lemons, hi Don, hi Justin, hi Katie, hi James, hi April, hi Mike Drop, hi Lori, hi Rachel. Hi Isabel. Oh, I love you Lemons, thanks for coming by. And happy Juneteenth, everybody. Thank you to everybody reposting and sharing. Hi Alex. Hi Katie. Welcome back. Hi Jinx. Hi Lily. Hi Lisa. Hi Dennis. Hi Just Saying Opinion. Hi Horeso. Welcome in everybody. Oh, thanks Robin. That's so pretty. Hi, Sparkle Tree. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. If you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch. Hi, Sav. Also, feel free to write your story requests in all capital letters in the chat, and I will write them down and we can vote. Oh, just say an opinion? It's just one of the emojis. So if you type in UFO, it should generate itself on the side, but it's under the emojis, like in your phone. And then you just add that to your name. It's just one of the little symbol, like a smiley face. It's under the emojis. It's just further back. Yeah, Rachie knew what I was talking about. Thank you, Sam. Thanks, Sam, for the hand hearts. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Also, guys, Sam, leave a comment so I can pin you. I highly recommend following my friend Sam. She's an expert in the Schumann resonance, which we talk about in here a lot, and is the major part of the Tesla story that I talk about and read for you guys. course, Lily. Yeah. Hi, Michelle. Sam, leave a comment so I can pin you. So people can follow your page. Because she does like updates on the Schumann resonance and it's so helpful and she's like a genius. She's amazing. Oh, there she is. Thank you for pinning it, whoever did. There she is. Follow her. She's an expert in the Schumann resonance. She also does readings. She's amazing. She's also an Amazonian goddess with red hair. And she's so high vibration. Her lives are amazing. Oh, you did, Laura. I see it. Awesome. I just changed the color. I've used this one numerous times. I'm good, Skylar. How are you? Oh, that's no problem. Just saying opinion. Also, guys, feel free to write your requests in all capital letters in the chat, and I will write them down and we can vote. Oh, thanks, Rachie. I'm glad you sent it out to people. I appreciate it. Hi, Joel. How are you? Hi, Lorna. Thanks. Thank you to everybody reposting. I really appreciate it. It helps us grow our beautiful porch. Hi, Holly. Thank you, Isabel. And everybody wish Margaret a happy birthday. It is Margaret's birthday. Okay, you guys, I have the first poll ready. Jennifer, thank you for the follow and welcome to the porch. Okay, so we have the Bell Witch, Justice for Impusa. We have Booger Hollow. We have the Librarian. We have the Lubbock Lights. And we have the Alabama Mud People. And you can vote in the top left-hand corner. And you can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one story. We have the Bell Witch and Justice for Impusa. We have Booger Hollow. We have the Librarian. We have the Lubbock Lights. And we have the Alabama Mud People. Who's it gonna be? Yes, Glossette. That's no problem, I gotcha. And that was a close one. Impusa and the Alabama Mud People really duked it out. And the winner is the Alabama Mud People. Yeah, Isabel, they're actually on my list. The island one's creepy. I have a whole folder file of all the emails I've gotten saved as files, and yours is in there for sure. Oh, thank you, Lori. I appreciate that. It's so relaxing, right? It even helps me fall asleep. All right, you guys. So the winner is the Alabama Mud People. Thanks, Julie. They're actually just light purple, but I guess they do look kind of pink. Cable, my birthday's in November. But I moved it this year and I'm celebrating it in the summer. I'm not celebrating it in November anymore. I was supposed to celebrate it July 27th with my friend, and then she booked a movie, so we had to move it to August 27th. Yeah, right, Julie, you can tell it's supposed to be light purple, but you're right, it does kind of look pink. Thanks for the follow, PJ. But I just thought it was kind of a nice summery color. Not as cold of a color, a warmer color. All right, guys, if you're new here, welcome in. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help relax your nervous system and help you fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself. They are original content and they are mine, TikTok. Every story that I'm reading tonight is written by me and original content, TikTok. If you'd like to listen to these stories when I'm not live, they are all available on my YT channel as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. Aw, thanks, Sam. I have to say that over and over again because I got a restriction for not having original content, which is fucking ridiculous. But anyway, thanks, Sam. Sam, I should read the Tesla story. I feel like you would love that one. I need to put that on the next poll. Just look for Porch Lore and you guys can find me. And all the links are in my bio as well. And also, Isabel, no, she didn't cancel on me. She actually is an amazing bestie, and she surprised me and bought me a plane ticket to visit her in Tahoe for my fake birthday that I had decided I was going to celebrate this year instead of in November. And she remembered, which was all the way in November. She remembered, surprised me with a ticket, and then literally 2 weeks later, she booked a movie. And she's like, what the fuck? Yeah, you did, Sam. Yep, same one. It's ridiculous. So, she didn't really cancel on me. It was like her whole idea to begin with. So I'm just like along for whatever her schedule is. I'm like, okay, I love you. I will learn. I'll put the Tesla story on the next poll because I haven't read that one in a while. I know, isn't it so sweet? She's amazing. I have really, really wonderful friends. But I've worked hard at it. I've put a lot of my energy and priority into my friendships. I know. Thanks, Isabel. Yeah, I have a lot of friends like that, and I would say I'm lucky, but I've put a priority on investing in my friendships my whole life. I was emancipated young, so my friends were kind of like my stability. So I am still friends with my friends from high school as well, which is very uncommon. As you guys know, a couple of them come in here almost every night. So I've just always prioritized friendships, but that's because my siblings and I weren't very close, and my family split up kind of when I was young. So, my friends kind of became, and yes, it takes work to have those kinds of friendships, especially when you're broke like me and you have to miss really important parts of their life and still try to be like, make up for it. And I have managed to do that successfully in some ways. So I'm grateful for my friends, like, honestly. Hi, Crystal. Like Angela, who comes in here all the time. I've been friends with her since I was 19. And then Christina, who comes in here all the time. I've been friends with her since I was 14. You were too, Kim. Yeah. Being emancipated young, it's a rough ride. Hi, Brian. I've seen that movie. Well, and that's the thing, Gigi. Not everybody can count on their friends. So, if you can't, I feel like sometimes you find them as adults. I found some pretty amazing people in my life as adults. They're not all my friends from a million years ago. I've had some pretty amazing people come into my life in the last couple of years that I've looked for friends like that my whole life. Like Chelsea only came into my life in 2017, and she is literally like one of my soulmate friends. So it's never too late to meet those people. Especially now, if you think about it. Like, think about like Dr. Quinn. You guys know I love her. Michaela Quinn. She was like stuck off in Colorado wilderness by herself, like this genius, awesome, bad bitch woman. And she was stuck with the ladies in her little Colorado Springs place. And like, she didn't really have an option. She couldn't go on TikTok. And now, even if you're stuck in your small shit town, you can go on TikTok and look up your interests, and like we have all done, and connect with people all over the world that are the friends you always wanted as a kid. And it's never too late to make them as an adult. Because guess what? We're all looking for friends, and if we say we're not, we're lying. Adults need friendships. We need companionship outside of transactional, like sexual, romantic stuff. You need people that you know aren't in it for any other reason than they just enjoy your company. Yes, Gwen. It's human nature to want companionship, yes. And I have found that my friendships have been so much more fulfilling than any of my romantic relationships have ever been. The romantic relationships often seems transactional, and they want something out of you, and you know they do. Otherwise, it makes it the element of romance, kind of, I guess. But friendships are different. Friendships want really nothing from you, and they're not trying to bang you. They're not trying to show you off. They're not trying to control you. They're just literally they just enjoy being around you, and they want to help. Usually they want to help make your life better, or they add to it. They never usually are making it worse. Right? Yep. Right. And Kim's one of those people I'm so glad I met. And if you think about what a time to be alive, there's a lot of bad things technology has done, but I'll tell you right now, Michaela Quinn probably dreamt of being able to connect with strong, powerful women all over the world online whenever she wanted. And we're pretty lucky. We're pretty lucky. What someday, Brian? Hi, lost sister. Yeah, people do need friends. And you need friends outside of your normal bubble, or outside of your mom friend group, or outside of the people you've grown up with your whole life. You need people that where you can actually just maybe be yourself, because you don't get to choose always where you grew up or where you get stuck. But nowadays that's not as much of a limitation, and you can make friends with people that have your interests all over the world. I agree, Lonnie, and that's part of the reason I am so grateful that I gave it a whirl to start the porch, because I have found so many people where I'll say something and I'm like, I know that kind of sounds weird, and like everybody's like, that's not weird at all. And I'm like, I really love that. Oh, Brian, I'm your real friend. I know I'm on TikTok too, but I feel like you're a real friend. Oh, thanks, Isabel. And so just don't forget that it's okay to want friends as an adult. It's okay to be vulnerable and reach out and be like, hey, are you still in here, Sam? I literally just reached out to Sam and gave her my phone number and was like, hey, if you want to be friends, you want to be my friend? I literally just did it. I was like, at this point, when I find another high vibration person who's into the stuff I'm into, I'm going to shoot my shot for friendship. I don't give a fuck, because friends have really just been the light of my life, and I'm a good friend back. And I know sometimes, there's a reason we cross paths with people. Isabel, I could totally be your therapist. I could totally be your therapist. So anyway, just a reminder, if you don't have any in real life friends, that's pretty normal for adults, especially if you have children and a spouse. But what a time to be alive, where we have never been more able to connect with people that are like us and have our interests all over the world. So it's never too late to make new friends, even if you're 75 years old. It doesn't matter, because Everybody's always looking for friends, especially people who are 75 years old. You know how hard it is to make friends then? Yeah, lost sister. Yeah. Oh, Lorna, we love you. And that's exactly right, Becca. Exactly. Some people can't go out all the time. And this is the perfect place where, like, what a time to be alive, where we can still hang out every single night. So just wanted to remind everybody of that and let you guys know how thankful I am that you guys are all my virtual friends and how important friendships and human connection are. And they're much more important than you guys think. So within the mix of all the doom scrolling and horrible shit that's on the internet, there's a little silver lining of connecting with people that share things with you in common connections and that you may have never ever met before, unless you were able to connect with them online. So don't be scared to try to make friends, because this is my reminder to you that all of us, all adults, are pretty much secretly, desperately looking for connection with friends. A lot of people, especially in mid-years, are going through a rough time. Like, their entire life imploded and they went through a divorce, and like, they lost all their friends because they alienated them during their marriage, and it's so lonely for those people. I am not one of those people, but I'm an empath, and I will tell you right now, I'm watching my sister go through it. And she had joined a running club 2 years ago, and she was like, I don't know what I would do if I hadn't met those women at run club, and I have that to go to. Like, so friends are for your mental health too. And if you think nobody likes you, that's not true. There's somebody out there for everybody. There's some damn weirdos out there, and they have groups, they have clubs. So you are never too weird. I've been to a Marilyn Manson concert, and I'll tell you right now, there's a group for everyone. It doesn't matter. There's probably like serial killers anonymous groups, for God's sakes. So you're not too weird. People don't not like you. You will find your people. And guess what? There's like a computer algorithm that if you start searching for the things you like and you go into lives of the things you're interested in, all of a sudden, bam, you're going to start connecting with people who share those interests. So it's kind of amazing. And I hope they don't have groups, but I'm just saying. Old goths. Yeah, exactly, Viola. Exactly. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rachie. See, when she was widowed, she said she lost 90% of her social circle. So again, you're never too old to make friends. And I just want to remind everybody that friends are really important, and don't be embarrassed if you don't have any, or you want more, or you need some, or you've weeded out the old ones and you're looking for ones that actually understand you, because we're all there. We're all in that boat. And I have met some of my best friends later in my life, like Chelsea, who then I lost to a Nazi ghost. But I mean, that's not a usual situation. Not all of your new adult friends will lose you to a Nazi ghost, but the story that won the poll is the Alabama Mud People. And I'll be right back. If you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner. There's a yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs. And the Mud People is a great story to win on Juneteenth, in memory of all the enslaved people who lived in the town I am about to talk about. Just wanted to point that out, and happy Juneteenth to the strongest people I know. And you're right, Derek. Your real friends are still there when you're at your lowest. And it's funny because I've met some of my friends at my lowest. And and I was like, kind of like hibernating, didn't even want to meet new people because I'm like, I don't bring anything to the table right now. I'm just like, I'm not a fun person to be around. And I still ended up making some friends in my worst time. So you never know. Everybody's there to help you on your journey somehow. So every person you meet might be just the littlest piece of growth. And maybe they won't stay forever, but that friend might have given you some insight that will change your life. So don't be afraid to make new friends. Especially men. This goes out to the men who are in here. Y'all it's very hard for you guys to make friends. I am very aware of that. And y'all need it. Y'all are not okay right now. And I think more than anything, you guys need to make friends with each other and talk to each other about your feelings and the things you're going through. Men really need friends. So if you are men out there, feel free to just be vulnerable and reach out and tell another dude you want to be friends with him. Because I'll tell you right now, he's probably desperately looking for male friends too. We're all having an awakening and men are struggling. So feel free to make friends with other dudes. I think it would help all of your mental health quite a bit. Thank you, Crystal. Thanks, Jenna. Thanks, Jess. Thank you, Jenna. Well, just saying my opinion, now you do. Now you've got the porch pals. Thank you, Tracy. Of course, Lorna. Randomly stuff like that comes to my brain and I just feel like I have to tell you guys. I'm claircognizant, so I feel like sometimes I just get messages that I feel like somebody for some reason needs to hear. And that was one of them. So whoever needed to hear that, I hope it resonates. And I'm just saying my opinion, 60 years old with no friends, yeah, that's the hardest time to make friends. You're not alone, and there's a lot of people on the porch right now on the TikTok side who are around your same age and are saying the same thing over here, that they don't have friends either. So that's what I'm saying is, what a time to be alive where we can actually make them. You're not living in a cabin dying alone. You still have time to make friends, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing that we are all connected, you know? Oh, thanks, Lonnie. So it doesn't matter what age you are never too old to connect with new people, find some companions. Friendship is underrated, and romantic love is overrated. I think friendship is one of the most valuable things you can do for yourself. Thanks, Lorna. All right, guys, I'll be right back with the Alabama Mud People. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pals Society. This is the tale of the Alabama Mud People. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Viola. Thanks, Misty. Thanks, Sherry. Laura says, approved, say I. Have you ever ended up somewhere you weren't supposed to be and you could just feel it? Like the land itself was resisting your presence, pushing back and trying to spit you out. That was me in Cahaba. Or I guess you could say Old Cahaba. The once glorious first capital of Alabama that now sits swallowed by kudzu, red clay, and something else that I still don't really understand. Cahaba is a ruin now. No gas stations, no lights, no post office, not even a proper town. Just scattered brick columns, caved-in buildings, and a few surviving gravestones sunken into the dirt. You could blink and miss it if you weren't looking for it. But I was. I read about the town, how it was abandoned after floods, and how former enslaved people later built a freedmen's community there. And apparently, it's haunted, according to anyone who has spent time there after dark. But I didn't go there for ghosts. I went there because something strange kept showing up in local ranger reports from Dallas County. People talking about moving earth, like the land was alive. One guy described it like walking across a trampoline in boots. Another woman said she saw her own footprints fill in behind her while walking near the old cemetery. Most chalk that up to sinkholes or river mud shifting under the soil. And that's fair. The Alabama and the Cahaba rivers do meet right there. But one story in particular made me pack my gear and head out. Thank you, Holly. It was from a park volunteer named Darnell, who claimed he saw figures rise up out of the ground, like they were made out of mud and just peeled themselves out of it. He said they didn't chase him or talk to him, they just stood there and watched him for a while. And then they sank back down into the earth like they never existed. Now that story weirded me out, and I've heard a lot of stories. So I set off in my old Jeep one Saturday in mid-October. Perfect timing for a spooky solo adventure. The weather was dry and cool, but not cold. A crescent moon was rising when I finally rolled up to the Cahaba Welcome Center. Closed, of course. I parked along the gravel edge, slung my pack over my shoulder, and I started walking down the dirt path toward what used to be the old town square. It was dead quiet. Not eerie, not yet, just still and peaceful. The deeper I walked in, the more the air changed. And I don't mean temperature. I mean the density. Guys, Isabel's offering to go live at Taco Bell in Sweden again tomorrow, just an FYI. You know when you're underwater in a pool and someone swims by close and you can feel that push and pull of their movement? The air was like that, heavy. It seemed to move when I moved. And the ground had the same springy, sponge-like feel I'd read about, but only in certain places. Like patches of memory or rot. The first real structure I came across was the old Cahaba Methodist Church. Only the brick skeletal remained. Arched windows with nothing in them but vines and darkness. It had no roof, and the floors had been overtaken by grass and leaves. I stood inside for a while, letting the atmosphere wrap around me. And that's when I heard it. A pop, sharp but muffled, like someone stepping on a waterlogged rock. I turned toward the sound and I saw a depression forming in the earth just outside the church. A slow, circular sinking. Like something underneath was pressing up or pulling down. I didn't move. Another pop, 10 feet away. Then a third, closer. The weirdest part? I didn't feel scared. Not exactly. I felt more like I was being introduced to something. Like the land was saying, "Hey, there you are." I stepped back out of the church ruins and I crouched next to the freshest hole. The dirt was dry on top, but darker just under the surface, almost wet. And there was a smell. Earthy, yes, but with a coppery edge. Like old coins or a bloody nose. And then I noticed something moving. Not quickly, not aggressively, but undeniably moving. Oh my God, yes, Robin, we need to see you live in Scotland. A shape was forming under the soil, just about a foot beneath the surface. It was the size of a head, human-shaped or close. But the face wasn't right. I didn't stick around to see what else it wanted to show me. I backed off, walking fast down the path that leads to the enslaved people's quarters and the old cemetery. And that may sound like a terrible direction to head when the earth itself seems to be waking up. But I had a theory. See, there's this belief in certain southern traditions, hoodoo mainly, that spirits of the dead don't always rise into the sky or descend into the underworld. Some stay in the soil. And in places like Cahaba, where there was suffering, death, freedom, and erasure, all layered into the land, those spirits aren't content to stay quiet. They watch. At the cemetery, I caught my breath. The stones there were cracked, sunken, and some were just plain missing. But there's one grave people say never seems to crack or rot. The headstone of Priscilla Rivers, buried in 1868. No one knows much about her. She wasn't famous. Didn't have family that we know of. But her grave has fresh flowers placed on it constantly, even though no one claims to bring them. Sure enough, when I found her stone, There was a small bouquet of sunflowers, tied with twine, still vibrant with no tracks leading to or from the site. I sat there for a minute. And I spoke aloud. I don't normally do that, but something compelled me to. I said I wasn't there to disturb anything. I was just there to listen, to understand, and to be respectful. And the second I finished talking, I heard a noise behind me, like shifting gravel. I turned, and nothing. Except, now there were 3 depressions in the earth between me and the road, almost like footprints. And then movement, slow, just enough to shift the grass. Something was rising. My heart thudded so hard, it made me short of breath. I crouched low and I watched. And I saw it. A hand, or the suggestion of one, rising out of the dirt, made of the same soil it was climbing out of. It had fingers, long, wet, and jointed. Just packed clay, like something sculpted crudely and animated by breath. The thing gripped the edge of the depression and another hand rose beside it. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Kate. Thanks, Terry. And then came the head. Just an oblong shape with hollows where the eyes might be. And then it sank back down. Not slowly, not like someone climbing down a ladder. It just collapsed into itself like the earth swallowed it whole. The hole filled in behind it as if the weight of its presence had never even been there at all. I stood up and I started backing away. I didn't turn my back on that patch of dirt until I was 30 yards away. And even then, I swear I felt a hum in my bones. Like the land had taken notice of me and wasn't entirely done. The walk back to my Jeep felt like an eternity. Eventually, I made it back to the welcome center, panting and shaking. My keys were still in my pocket and my Jeep was still there, but the passenger door was open. I hadn't left it open. I specifically remember locking my Jeep before I headed out onto the trail. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was moved, but then I noticed one small thing. There was a smear of reddish clay on the passenger seat, almost like a handprint. I hopped in and I drove off, and I haven't been back since. Some places have ghosts, others have echoes, but Cahaba has watchers, made of dirt, silence, and long forgotten memories. And that's the tale of the Alabama Mud People. And yes, that is a wonderful story for Juneteenth, and I'm glad it was the winner. And welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin. Hi, Misty. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself. And they are available for you to listen to whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. It's an American holiday, Isabel. Give it a goog. Also, Isabel, I didn't force you. It was your idea. Don't act like it was my idea. You volunteered, Taco Bell. I just pinned you so that you'd get it. And they do, Isabel. Half the people in here are asleep by the time live's over. Half the people are snoozing. Snoozing. All right, guys, I'm going to set up the next poll for us to vote. And if you guys could do me a big favor, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. Good night, lost sister. Sweet dreams. See you soon. We love you. The repost button puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends. And thank you to everybody for tapping. We're almost to 100,000. And I will be right back with the next poll. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. And Richard, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I've been here every single night, like I always am. So I'm not sure what you're referring to. Hi, Kim. Wait, you haven't been able to get on for a week? Why? Were you banned from TikTok? That's really weird, Richard. That's annoying. That's very weird. No one else has mentioned that that's been a problem. Thank you guys so much for typing in keywords. I appreciate it so much. All right, you guys, the next poll is ready. We have the Bell Witch and Justice for Empusa. We have the Fresno Nightcrawlers. Aw, Isabel, you're so sweet. We have the Door in the Water. We have the Lubbock Lights. And we have the Ozarks Howler. Ooh, Lady Rose, that sounds delicious. All right, guys, you can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. Who's it gonna be? We have the Bell Witch and Justice for Empusa, which would be a very good Juneteenth story. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. It'd be an amazing Juneteenth story. We also have the Fresno Nightcrawlers. We have the Door in the Water. We have the Lubbock Lights. And we have the Ozarks Howler. The Bell Witch is going to get, and Pusa's going to get y'all. The Bell Witch would be the good Juneteenth story. It'd be a very good one. Elle said she's not getting me. I love that. Bisbee, which one are you trying for? When you type in FFFF, that's weird. How funny. Oh, that was a close one. And the Bell Witch has won. We haven't had a visit from Empusa in a while, y'all. Where's Kim? Where's the spooky bookies? Okay, just say an opinion. I'll put that Tesla on the next one. Oh yeah, she's cooking. Yes, Edgar, welcome in. That's the goal. Welcome to the porch. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. And if you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends in the messages, all great. Kim's cooking, Isabel. She said she's cooking stewed tofu. Oh my gosh, Brittany. I love brownies. God, that sounds so good. All right, you guys, the winner was the Bell Witch and Justice for Impusa. Thank you for all the reposts and the taps and the reshares, and I will be right back with the tale of the Bell Witch. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Elena. Thanks, Crystal. Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Lovely. Oh my God, Jesse, thanks. That's so cute. Hi, Michelle. Happy Juneteenth to all the beautiful Black women out there listening. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Palace Society. This is the tale of the Bell Witch and Justice for Impusa. My friend Kim and I became friends on TikTok first. We just clicked immediately, like we were sisters in another life. She just felt like home to me, and our connection is truly a deep bond that I can't really explain. So, we had saved up some money for a paranormal adventure together with a whole crew of the spooky bookies. And we were rolling deep. I'm talking Brittany, Elena, Ayana, Angela, Yaya, April, and Alicia. For our first paranormal adventure, we decided to go to Robertson County, Tennessee to research the folklore and poke around, because the Bell Witch story had always bothered me. Not frightened me, bothered me. The way it was told, the way it was framed, the way the narrative blamed the neighbor, a strong-willed woman who had the nerve to stand up for herself against John Bell, and then was deemed a witch. The way the story always centered the Bell family as the victims. Evil witch, demonic haunting, cursed land. The same tired language repeated for 2 centuries, without anyone stopping to think who actually benefited from that version of events. As if the Bell family, who gained their wealth off the work of enslaved people, were somehow innocent, without ever stopping to think how their way of life itself was in fact the unnatural evil energy that saturated that land. Good night, Lorna. What happened to the Bell family was most likely the repercussions of their own inhumanity, cruelty, and complacency. The Bell Witch Cave sits like a wound in the Tennessee countryside. It isn't dramatic at first glance. No towering cliffs or theatrical entrance. Just a low opening near the Red River, half hidden by brush and limestone. People come here expecting fear. They bring EMF meters and night vision cameras and preconceived conclusions. And they desperately try to find connections to the witch. They want something to jump out at them, something to justify the word evil. But we came because of the land itself. The Bell plantation once stood not far from the cave, and that detail is usually only mentioned in passing. John Bell, wealthy farmer, early Tennessee settler, respected man. That's how the story begins in textbooks and tour pamphlets. What it rarely expands on is what that wealth was built on. Enslaved labor. African women and men whose lives were owned, controlled, brutalized, and erased. Their suffering is somehow treated like historical static background noise to the real story of a haunted white family. But the land remembers differently than the people who write the history books. I had been researching older accounts, not the published versions, meant for tourists, but the fragments buried in court records. Local oral histories, diary entries, and overlooked scholarly articles. Mentions of women who disappeared, of punishments administered out of sight, of screams that carried across the fields at night, of a cave the enslaved avoided until they didn't have a choice anymore. Because the Bell Cave wasn't where the haunting began. It was where the resistance did. When we stepped inside the cave, the temperature dropped in a sharp physical way that almost felt like we had crossed into a different realm entirely. Kim laughed and said, "Hold on, y'all, here we go." We were all excited and nervous because this was our first paranormal outing together as a group. The walls were damp, the stone smoothed by centuries of water. We could feel an electricity in the air, a vibration, a tingling feeling, like we were standing somewhere where something important had happened. And I just kept thinking about the women, African women, brought here in chains, stripped of language, kinship, freedom, yet still carrying cosmologies older than this entire country. Women who viewed the land as alive, as something you spoke to rather than conquered. Women who knew protection magic, not as superstition, but as survival. Hoodoo, root work, conjure. These weren't aesthetic practices. They were technologies of endurance. Now, John Bell wasn't just cruel. He was methodical. His punishments were designed to break the spirit as much as the body. Women were targeted not only for labor, but for humiliation, violence, and control. The Bell Witch legend talks about invisible slaps and disembodied voices tormenting the family. But it never talks about the very real hands that regularly struck enslaved women. The very real screams that went unanswered. The very real blood that soaked into the soil long before anything supernatural was ever reported. Desperation sharpens clarity, and those women didn't turn to the cave because they were curious. They turned to it because there was nowhere else to go. The cave was mysterious and revered, even then, known to the local indigenous people as a place where the veil between the worlds thinned. A place where the elements spoke louder than men. Earth, water, darkness, womb, and grave in the same breath. Those enslaved women didn't summon an evil spirit or a demon. They called on a protector. Impusa. Now, Impusa is not a witch in the fairy tale sense. She is an ancient elemental. She is associated with crossroads, caves, night travel, seduction, and punishment. Some believe she served Hecate, the ancient goddess of witchcraft, crossroads, and the underworld. Thank you, Kim. And Pusa always appeared as a beautiful woman at first, impossibly graceful, almost hypnotic to look at. Ancient writers compared her to spirits that fed on human vitality, which is why modern scholars often describe Pusa as the earliest form of the succubus or the vampire. But she didn't drink blood. She drained people, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. She was seen as a force of punishment against arrogance, corruption, and human excess. Like a form of dark vigilante justice that appeared when people crossed the lines they weren't supposed to cross. Long before Europeans ever set foot on this land, entities like Pusa have existed across cultures all over the world under different names. Not demons and not angels. Corrective forces. Energy balancers. Justice. Karma. What those women did in that cave wasn't reckless. It was precise. They worked with what they had. Roots, water, ancestors' blood and breath. They bound their suffering into the land itself. Not to curse blindly, but to anchor a guardian. They didn't ask for mercy. They asked for protection. And protection doesn't always look gentle, especially to those who are the oppressors and the abusers. As we moved deeper into the cave, the air changed in a way that made every single one of us stop walking at the exact same moment. Yaya and I locked eyes as if we both sensed something at the same time. The passage ahead narrowed into a low chamber where black mineral streaks ran down the limestone walls like old water damage. My inadequate flashlight beam trembled across them. And for a split second, I thought I saw movement inside the stone itself. Long shapes shifting beneath the rock. Even Kim and Brittany, who usually joke when they get nervous, had gone completely silent. The vibration in the cave floor had deepened into something rhythmic. Not footsteps, not machinery. A slow pulse moving through the ground beneath our shoes. And then Angela asked if anyone else smelled something. It smelled like wet soil and river water. And something burning. Not smoke exactly, more like extinguished candles. Kim, who was behind me, suddenly stopped and told us all to back it the fuck up, Terry. I turned around to ask what was wrong, and she pointed past me toward the wall. Now Kim has a special gift, and she can see spirits and energy that most people can't see. So whenever she tells us she sees something, we pay attention. Justin, it gets me every time too. At first, I thought it was just another creepy opening in the rock. But then I realized the darkness itself was moving. The shadows along the wall had begun gathering inward, folding together. Water dripped somewhere deeper in the cave, and a shape emerged. It was a woman's shape. A silhouette formed from the darkness, moisture, and flickering reflections off the cave walls. Parts of her seemed ancient and beautiful. Long limbs, hair moving like submerged roots. I remember seeing eyes, not glowing, reflective, like light shining across deep river water at night. Every instinct in my body screamed to run. But surprisingly, none of us moved. We all just froze. Ayana looked like she was about to cry, and Alicia looked like she was scoping the place for exits. And Pusa stood at the far edge of the chamber watching us with an intensity that was overwhelming. The cave had gone so silent I could hear the tiny crackling buzz inside my inadequate flashlight battery. And then all at once the temperature dropped violently. The walls around us seemed to flex outward, and suddenly images started flooding my mind. Images of women kneeling in this exact chamber. Hands pressed into mud, blood mixed with river water. Images of a girl, no older than 15, hiding behind the others while someone above ground screamed. Not random visions, memories, imprinted into the land. The cave wasn't showing us horror for the sake of horror. It was forcing us to witness. Kim looked at Alana, and Elena kept repeating under her breath that she could feel people standing all around us. A presence. Layered, ancient, protective. Then the figure moved closer, and the fear became almost unbearable. And not because she wanted to hurt us, but because no human nervous system is built to experience something like this. And then I understood something that didn't feel like my own thought. That the land remembers what people bury. That was the message. Not revenge, not punishment, but remembrance. The cave itself was acting like an archive, and Impusa was its keeper. The story had survived distorted because distortion protects systems of power. If the entity was framed as evil, nobody would ask why she came. Nobody would ask who begged for her protection in the first place. The figure lifted one arm slowly and turned toward the cave wall beside her. And for one impossible second, the mineral stains across the limestone looked unmistakably like overlapping handprints. Dozens of them. Small hands, large hands, pressed into the stone. And then my inadequate flashlight flickered and they were gone. April gasped sharply behind me because at the same exact moment, every one of our flashlights in the chamber went out simultaneously. I heard Angela's nervous giggle in the back of the group. Then Brittany whispered, "I know you motherfucking lying." Alicia gestured to Brittany to shush. And Ayana was trying to keep everyone calm and quiet. And then we were in complete darkness. And then I heard a woman sigh directly beside my ear. God, where's Brittany? Is she not in here? Not a voice, just a sigh. Ancient, exhausted, and real. And suddenly the fear changed. What terrified me most wasn't the entity we had just encountered. It was the realization that suffering this profound had actually happened here. Real women, real terror, real desperation powerful enough to stain a landscape for centuries. And then our inadequate flashlights suddenly lit back up. And the chamber was empty. And Impusa was gone. All that was left was some dripping water and the raw smell of earth. As we moved deeper into the cave, images pressed into my mind without warning. Women kneeling on cold stone, bruised wrist, torn dresses. I felt their fear, yes, but stronger than that, I felt their resolve. The moment where survival shifted into defiance. And Pusa answered because she was meant to. And what followed on the Bell Plantation is well documented in the parts people like to sensationalize. Disembodied voices, physical attacks, psychological torment. John Bell growing weaker, sicker, unraveling. His once brutal authority collapsing under something he could not whip, sell, or silence. The legend calls it a curse. And that word does a lot of work for people who don't want to say justice. John Bell died under circumstances so strange they terrified his peers. The Bell family suffered losses, madness, humiliation. Their power eroded, and their name became synonymous not with wealth, but with a haunting. Their land rejected them. And the enslaved women? Their names were not preserved. But their work was. The Bell Witch was never attacking randomly. The violence had direction, purpose, selectivity. This wasn't chaos. This was consequence. And Pusa did not linger to terrorize innocence. She stayed to guard the boundary. This land is not cursed. It is protected. And people who come here seeking thrills often leave unsettled, shaken, and sometimes injured. They report scratches, nausea, disorientation, so they call it malevolent. But protection feels hostile to those who mean harm or are not pure of heart, even unconsciously. Thank you, Judy. Especially to those who romanticize cruelty under the banner of history. Reframing the Bell Witch as evil allows people to mourn John Bell without digging into the man he really was. It allows the country to turn enslaved women into footnotes instead of architects of their own resistance. It allows violence to remain abstract rather than personal. But Impusa does not allow that abstraction. She anchors memory to the place. She ensures that suffering is not erased just because time passes. She makes sure the land itself refuses sympathy for abusers. And as we turned back toward the cave entrance, the pressure eased. And not because we were leaving, but because we had been understood. A quiet acknowledgement settled over me. Not approval, but alignment. We hadn't come to provoke. We had come to listen and understand. And Impusa knew that. The Bell Witch Cave doesn't need an exorcism. It needs the truth. What happened there wasn't a haunting born of evil. It was a reckoning, born of necessity. Enslaved African women denied every earthly protection, reached for something older than the system that oppressed them. And it worked. Impusa remains not as a monster, but as a sentinel. The land remains hostile not to all the living, but to those who are not pure of heart. And the story only feels like a curse if you believe John Bell deserved mercy more than the women he brutalized deserved justice. Because some protections never expire. And that's the tale of the Bell Witch and justice for Impusa. And yes, Robin and a few of you who asked, this is a little controversial because this is what I think. I made this up. I am an elemental witch, and this is what I believe to be true. Is there any scholarly articles about the Bell Witch being Impusa? No. So now you know. Here's secret elemental witch information. The Bell Witch is Impusa, who is an ancient elemental. She was not his neighbor named Kate that he tried to have executed because he screwed her in a deal over a horse and she told everybody. And then he claimed she was a witch because he got sick. Hell no. It was the karma for what he did to those women, and they called upon an elemental and she came. So that's my theory. And yes, that is not one, if you give it a goog, it's not going to come up anywhere. This is what I know to be true from a 700-year-old elemental witch. So take it for what you will, but I can tell you that the Bell Witch is in fact Impusa, an ancient elemental. You can look up Impusa though and find out lots of information about her. But her being linked as the Bell Witch, that's not common information. That is something I pieced together with Kimberly, actually. And yes, he did, Lady Rose. There's a reason Andrew Jackson and his entire battalion ran from the Bell Plantation. He's the biggest piece of shit in American history. And Impusa was like, hell no, motherfucker, you get the fuck out of here. He ran. And then he he publicly stated that it was a poltergeist and he was terrified. Andrew Jackson. So, and Pusa does her job. So when people think things are malevolent, or I hear people say demonic, that's why you guys will hear me a lot of times scoff at the demon thing, is I believe in energy of the earth and the elementals, and they match energy. So if you're encountering malevolent things and hostile, you might need to sit with that and figure out why that is, because energy matches energy. And when you're high vibration and you go places where Impusa is protecting, she doesn't care that you're there. Exactly, Skrilla. So whatever people consider demonic, like when people talk about skinwalkers, that's just another name. That's the Navajo name for an elemental. That's only Navajo. People are like, do you have any skinwalkers in Appalachia? They're actually not in Appalachia. That is a Navajo tradition. And the Navajo did not live anywhere near Appalachia. So I base my stories off of actual folklore, ancient ass folklore. Not just the popular shit that gets clicks. So this will probably be very different than any other Bell Witch story you've ever heard, and I hope you guys liked it. And I think it was a great story for Juneteenth, and thank you guys for voting for it. Welcome in, everybody. Aw, thanks, Jess. Yes, that's one of my favorite ones I've ever written. I'm very proud of it. I'm incredibly proud of it. So that's actually my longest story as well, because I couldn't cut it down. Thanks, Kate. Yeah, it was Andrew Jackson. It was Andrew Jackson, Robin. Thanks, Kim. Yeah, that one I was very proud of. Like, after I wrote it, I was like, and I tried to trim it down because it's my longest story. It's 27 minutes long. And I was just like, you know what? I can't cut anything out. This all needs to be told. So thank you guys, because it's just and what's funny is I actually wrote a report on the Bell Witch in middle school because I grew up in Appalachia, so we learned about her in school, and I wrote a report on her in middle school. And I'm sure, I don't even remember it, but I'm sure it was some bullshit ass, like the stuff I read out of a book, you know? So it's nice to be able to correct this story. And Kate, yeah, the ones on YouTube, they're just titled search engine optimization titles. That's why I use the same images, because those are the images that are on the thumbnail of every video. So they're easy to find. You don't even really have to worry about the names because they all have the same pictures. Jackson was the POS who did the Trail of Tears that literally was the genocide of Native Americans in our country. Yeah, I was going to say that's not Jackson. Andrew Jackson was not Andrew Johnson. Yeah, no problem, Kate. I try to make it simple so you can see the different images. I think it's so much easier because I have to title them shit that people are going to search. No one's going to search for the Bell Witch and Justice for Impusa. Do you know what I mean? So I have to title it like, you'll never believe what this was. I actually have a program that I pay for to generate the proper titles to get them searched for. It's really stupid, but it is the name of the game. So that's why I'm always like, you guys don't even worry about the titles, just look for the picture. But I have changed the picture on a few, so there's a few that wouldn't be as easy to find, like Hug and Molly has a new picture, but you guys could pretty much find her, I think. But like the Impusa one has her on the front. And I think it says something about the Bell Witch. Exactly, Beefy. You wouldn't believe this clickbait. Come click over here. Well, and it's also because people's attention spans are 0 and they need to see like shocking words to even give a shit about anything anymore. And it's really annoying. But hey, you gotta play the game, so. You know what that voice just reminded me of, Kim? The OG Molly Pick is a hood classic. It is. Man, thanks for the galaxy. Kim, you know what that voice just reminded me of? Skrilla, thanks for the Star Guard. That was cute. Kim, you know what that voice just reminded me of?
Damn, son, where'd you get this mix?
Crank it.
Damn, son, where'd you get this mixtape?
You remember that guy, Kim? I know you do. Anybody who listened to mixtapes, I know you were typing it. I know you guys.
Damn, son, where'd you get this?
Like, jam. Like. Please tell me someone besides myself and Kim knows what I'm talking about. Nobody else knows, Kim. It's you and me. The chat is silent. No one else knows. I've never seen the chat not move so much in my life. So, okay, we're on our own with that one. Never mind. Guess you had to be there. Guess you had to be at a fucking Quickie Mart that sold single cigarettes and fucking bootleg mixtapes. Pick up a MD 2020 Banana Red and a fucking bootleg. Southern Smoke Volume 18. That's literally what it was called. Thank you, user. I'm glad you get it. He said Southern Smoke Volume 18.
So Southern Smoke. Damn, son.
All right, guys, welcome in. Welcome to the porch. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. Thank you, Jenna, for the cute glasses and the jolly community. Thanks, Jenna. I didn't mess with Boone's Farm. I was straight ratchet, and I went with Mad Dog 2020. Banana Red. I went with straight from the malt liquor. I know your name's not user. I'm talking to someone on YT. Remember, I'm on 3 platforms. And I'm talking to user KG5LQ on YT, who said that they know what I'm referencing. See, I never drank Boone's Farm. I was straight like an MD 2020 kind of gal. Or like, God, what was that one? The Locos? 4 Locos? Jesus. Well, in high school. This wasn't like my regular drink. This is like when we were underage. It's like when we were underage, breaking the law. Just kidding, this is for entertainment purposes. Mad Dog is the name of my friend's Chihuahua. Or Dachshund. See, user said, I am user. This is true. Because, yeah, sometimes the TikTok people are like, who are you talking to? I'm like, the 10 people who watch me on YT. Thanks for being here, guys. Someday it'll grow over here, too. And the 2 people in Twitch who watch me. You called it whoop juice? Rochelle, we didn't call it whoop juice. We definitely didn't call it whoop juice. Does anybody else call it? What? There you go, Skrilla. Bingo. I was going to say, we can call it whoop juice. We call it jungle juice. And if you were in a party in Appalachia, that shit had moonshine in it and you had to watch your ass. One time, I'll never forget this guy, Matt Stump. That was his name. Matt Stump. And his uncle made moonshine in the hills and he brought a jar of White Lightning and poured it into the fucking jungle juice thing at Spring Break or Myrtle Beach. I didn't tell anybody until everyone was like blacked out. Yeah. Yep, with the fruit, Kate, the fruit. That's what he did. He put the fruit in the jungle juice that had been sitting in White Lightning for like 2 months. Yep. And then we all grabbed the strawberries and we were like, oh my God, it's so good. And then we were blacked out. Good times. Growing up in the Carolinas. Me too, Kate. My fat always went for the fruit. I'm like, oh, food and a drink. I'm going to grab them strawberries. And then, there we go. And then I wake up and I'm in a foam party in the middle of Myrtle. Listening to Petey Pablo, swinging my shirt over my head. Like, this is all hypothetical for entertainment purposes only, of course. User, it's usually between 300 to 500 people over here on TikTok. Getting roofied by strawberries died by. It really is, Kim. It really is. And that happened a lot. The fruit from moonshine really got me a lot. And I fell for it again and again. Kate, I was just going to say that. 336, like our area code. 336, y'all. I can't believe you know that, Kate. I love that. When I saw 336 typed out, I was about to be like, oh my God, that's my old area code. And then you said it. And you were so stupid too. I remember 369, very, very fine. We used to be like 336, very, very fine. So stupid. But we did. You're 334, Robin. Hey. Wait, S Max? No, you're not. Are you really 419? That's where I live right now. Did we already talk about this? Because I live in the 419 right now. But I'm a 504 boy at heart. Oh yeah, we did, Smacks, we did. Hi, Ange. No laughs for the 504 boy? Come on, you guys. Come on. Thank you, Beefy. Thank you. Finally. Oh, Priscilla, you had white lightning from Tennessee? So you know what I'm talking about. It literally smells like gym socks. The 504 boys? Come on, guys. Tommy says, does it make us close if I'm 503? So you don't even get the joke? Oh my God, you guys, give it a goog. Look up the 504 boys. Shake your ass a little bit. It's good for your sacral chakra. If you shake your hips a little bit. I actually recommended humping the air today too. Was that you, Holly? It's good for your sacral chakra. No, I'm not kidding. True. If you have a bad back, be careful humping the air. What does he say? Put a hump in your back and shake the rump. Right? Put a hump in your back and shake the rump. Reiki me, please. Let's go. Was it Holly? Did Holly go to sleep? No, Holly's in here. Holly, oh, you're Googling it? Yeah, look up the 504 boys, Tommy. You're going to have some fun. Holly, was it you earlier today that I told hump the air when we were in Sam's live? I was like, yeah, like shake your hips and like air humping is really good for your pelvic region, like the sacral chakra. I looked it up. No. Okay, that wasn't you. Damn. Who else was in there? Was that you, Lily? It was one of the porch fellows that came in there with me. Hi, Reverend. All right, guys. Put a hump in your back and shake your rump. And I'm going to set up the poll. Oh my God. Rizal, I love Master P. You that dinner, I'm that lunch. You the captain, I'm that crunch. How you like me now? Gold teeth when I smile, trying to take me out the ghetto, but I'm still a pork wall. Love Master P. Love him. Make him say, na 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 na. The Captain Crunch one is iconic. That's just so funny. Come on. Yeah, I'm a no-limit soldier. Thought I told you. And it ain't my fault. Did I do that? I did like Silk the Shocker a lot too, and Drama. Right, Kim? D-R-A-M. Yeah, Robin. And I'll tell you right now, I had absolutely no business being into Master P and Silk the Shocker because I was like 12. So I just want to reiterate that I had absolutely, it is in my soul. It is in my soul. I am reincarnated at some point in my life. And I have vibed with rap music since I was born, literally. And so I had absolutely no business listening to Silk the Shocker and Master P and Drama, and I didn't give a fuck. I saved up my allowance, and the first album I ever bought was The Chronic 2001 with Dr. Dre. You want to know why? Because in it he says 24/7 Dre, Snoop, and Devin. And I thought it was so cool. And you don't get a lot as a girl named Devin, okay? So I was like, holy shit. It's fucking me. Not Devin the dude, it's me. And I went and bought that because of that. And I felt so damn cool. And then I would play it when my parents weren't home because they didn't want me to listen to rap, and I hide it. But I also got the TLC Waterfalls double-sided single tape, and I would play the rapped version with Left Eye when my parents were home. And that like wasn't even bad. Wasn't even like cuss words, I don't think. Yeah, there were two sides, and one side had a rap and one side didn't. And I would always be like, I'm flipping sides. Mom and dad are gone. I'm going to what feels right. Yep. So I've always been like this. I have been like this my whole life. The rhythm is a dancer, and it's a what companion? It's my companion. That rap is cold as fire. I know. It wasn't even like edgy rap. It was like, I seen a rainbow yesterday. But to me though, like it wasn't even the pouring rain. It was literally, I don't even think she cusses in it. But sure as shit. My parents were like academics. It wasn't even like a race thing. They didn't even like me watching like Clueless. They thought everything was gonna make me dumb. They didn't want me to be dumb. They didn't like anything that was like not academic or like constructive. Oh my god, Hot Stepper is so good. Extraordinary, juice like a strawberry. It was the Chronic, the original. Mine was the Chronic 2001. Well, it was the first CD I bought myself. My first CD was Pocahontas, and then the first CD that was explicit language that my parents bought for me was Korn Follow the Leader. Because yes, I'm weird and I like everything. I like good music, and the bass guitar in that, the beat in that, the Korn bassist is one of the most talented bass guitarists of all time. I don't care what anybody says. The bassist in Korn literally makes their sound. Anyway, so then the first CD I bought with my own like saved up lunch money. Yeah, Korn is fire. Thank you, Kim. You get it. You get it. Good music is good music. I don't give a shit what genre it is. And if it makes me vibe and I feel that beat, I feel it. And Korn, I felt it in 7th grade. And my dad bought me the CD and said, I have to listen to it first, kiddo, because it had parental advisory. And then my dad listened to it. And then he was like, well, holy shit, kiddo, that's some badass me. Okay, here you go. He was not expecting that. But my first CD I bought with my own allowance was the Dr. Dre Chronic 2001. Solely because of 24/7 Dre, Snoop, and Devin. Well, I also loved the CD, but that was like the clincher. And I literally saved my lunch money and told my parents I wanted to eat at school, even though they made me lunch. I asked if I could eat school lunch, and they gave me money for it, and then I would save the money, and then my friends and I would share food, and then I'd just like go home and scarf everything I could eat, and I saved up enough that way to buy the Chronic 2001 CD. How about that? That's some dedication. I starved myself to get that fucking rap CD. Okay, you guys. The next the next poll is ready. I was trying to read the comments. My God, it didn't save. What is wrong with this shit? Sorry, guys, it didn't save. One sec. Okay, you guys. Let's see here. Oh, it's under review. Give it a second. I hate when they do that. The last few times, though, it's been pretty quick. It hasn't been that bad. Also, while we're waiting for the poll to be approved, could you guys do me a big favor? Could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? Skrilla, thank you for the frogs. Those are cute. If you could hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner, there is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also, sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends helps immensely, and thank you for tapping. Oh, hi user, thanks. I just saw your response. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Well, I am still a hidden gem. I am still very much in my growth stage, so thank you for being here. Songbird said, no Mad Dog 2020 for me, but Pissy Kitty 00 on ice. Pissy Kitty is great. Songbird's over here on YT and she wrote that. Now someone needs to make a drink called Pissy Kitty instead of Mad Dog. All right, the poll's approved. We have The Masked Visitor. We have Booger Hollow. We have Highway 13. We have The Lonely Hearts Diner. And we have The Whispering Pines. You can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. We have The Masked Visitor, Booger Hollow, which is the new story of the week, Highway 13, which is an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking, The Lonely Hearts Diner, which is the Valentine's Day story, and Whispering Pines. Okay, Court, that's really sweet of you to do, and you're going to be fine. You might learn a lot from them. All of my experiences, Court, with homeless people have been really amazing and things that I've kind of remembered the rest of my life. So just because they're down on their luck and stuff, sometimes I find that those people are a lot of times like little Buddhas. Like they don't even give a fuck anymore. They've stopped giving a shit about material things, and they're sometimes in such an enlightened place that they're like the modern day monks. You know, monks would basically be homeless if they didn't all live together in a hut. You know what I'm saying? So most of the encounters I've had with homeless people have been pretty amazing. I used to live off Hollywood Boulevard, and there was a guy and his dog that lived right down the street, and I passed him all the time, and he was lovely. And I still wonder about him sometimes. So that's really awesome that you're going to work tonight at a homeless shelter, Court. That's amazing. And thanks for doing that. That's really needed. Wow, you've done it for 8 years, Court. That's amazing. Well, then I don't need to tell you. You already are well aware. Thank you, Desiree. Also, the winner of the poll is the Lonely Hearts Diner. You guys could hit that share arrow while I get it ready. Hit that repost button. It's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also, thank you for everybody helping me with my gift gallery and my goals. Thanks, Court. Yeah. I lived off of Hollywood Boulevard most of the time I lived in LA, so I had lots of experiences with homeless people, and none of them were ever bad or scary or anything. Oh, hi, Giggle Pickles. Welcome in. Welcome to the porch. My name's Devin. I'm glad you found me on Audify and then you found me here live. I can't say the real word because I am streaming on TikTok and they don't like us saying the word of anything else. But welcome in over on YT. I'm glad you're here. All right, we just did a poll if you are just joining us. And the winner is the Lonely Hearts Diner, which was a Valentine's Day special and is exclusive to the lives. So this will probably be the first time a lot of you guys have heard this one. Oh yeah, Court, thanks. Also, feel free to grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome in. My name is Devin, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. And I do write and record all of these stories myself. They are my original content, and you can listen to the most of them on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. I do have a playlist on my YT called Bedtime Stories, where you can just hit shuffle or play all, and you'll probably be asleep by the second story. Also, thank you for being here. Thank you for tapping on the screens, the gifts, and the support, and all of the comments, and the relevant words in the chat that helps the AI that's scanning us know how to send us out. Thank you, Matt. Where you been? We missed you. Hi. Thanks for the galaxy. And Misbehavin', thank you for the blue melody. All right, guys, thank you for the repost, the sharing out, and I will be right back with the tale of the Lonely Hearts Diner. Happy Friday. Oh, you do, Giggles? That's awesome. I'll have to follow you and check out your stream. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax. And welcome to the porch. There's always room for one more on the porch. Happy Friday. Well, thank you, Matt. You don't have to contribute, but we missed you. And Holly, thanks for the bouncy ball. And Misbehavin', thanks for the meerkat. And if I thank you for your gifts in a delay, it's because I have other devices, and I have one of the phones. I found a trick. I have a phone swiped out, but it's still technically in the live. So when I reopen the live, all of the gifts that I may have missed pop up on the screen all at once. So that's just why if I thank you for your gift way after you sent it and I act all excited like I just saw it, it's because I did. Because I found a trick to not missing gifts, and I found a workaround, and I use another phone that's kind of out of the box to go back in. And if you guys know, you know what I'm talking about, right? Aw, thanks, Matt. So that's why if you guys ever hear me randomly thanking you for your gift 10 minutes after you sent it, it's because I'm doing a lot of things back here and I hate missing the gifts, and I feel really bad because when I send them and people don't see them, it makes me sad. It's disappointing because you want people to be happy and you want to hear them, So I decided I found a workaround, and if you are in a live and you like scroll to check your texts, whenever you go back into the live, you do that too, Kim? Yeah. Whenever you go back into the live, all of the gifts that happened while you were out checking your texts pop up on the screen. So that is, I'm using TikTok Studio, but I have 4 other devices. I have 2 on YT and 2 other ones on TikTok. Thank you, Mackenzie. So I'm looking at a teleprompter. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 screens that I'm looking at while I do this every night. That's why sometimes when people get really entitled about me commenting back, I snap. Because I'm like, listen, bro, if you could see what I'm doing back here. But yeah, Twana, I can help you too. It's takes a little bit of learning, but once you get the hang of it. But yeah, so I have 2 phones, one that I use to set up the polls through another account, because TikTok had a glitch for a while where it would not let me do my own polls. So I found a workaround for that, and I made one of my other accounts a mod that can do polls, and I do that from another phone because TikTok's ridiculous. And then I use the other phone swiped out to a text message so that when I come back in, I can see everybody's gifts. A dispatcher. Oh, cool. Like, what do you mean? Like for like any dispatching anything? Matt. You don't see what till I do. What do you mean? Thank you, Misbehaving, for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Oh, for 911? Yeah, for sure. But see, I guess I was a news reporter, so I am good in emergencies, but it's like bad for my nervous system, dude. Oh, the gifts. No, that's not true. Sometimes you guys see them. What I'm saying is I'm using a secondary phone swiped out. So I see them again on that, even if I missed them on my studio screen. So no, I don't. I see them after you guys sometimes. Rachie, I was a news reporter everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but a lot of places. I was a news reporter in Houston, Texas. I was a news reporter in Denver. Those were my 2 main ones. All right, guys, I will be right back with the Lonely Hearts Diner. Welcome to the porch. Happy Friday. Aw, thanks, Giggle Pickles. We have a G-cord too. Oh, really, Holly? Cool. I didn't know that. Really, Skrilla? Somebody else said that too. I think it is something with the update, because there were a couple people who said they couldn't see the gifts. Oh, thanks, Court. That's so sweet of you. Kind of a one-woman show right now. I won't always be, though. I won't always be. You know what, Skrilla? Michelle was having that problem a while ago. Michelle, when you couldn't see any of the gifts you sent, how did you get that fixed? Okay, Robin, perfect. All right, so this is the story that I wrote for Valentine's Day. When it comes, usually a holiday comes up, I will surprise the Porch Pals and I will write you guys a special live-only holiday-themed story. And this was the one I wrote for you guys for Valentine's Day. So if you have joined the porch after Valentine's Day, the odds are you probably have not heard this, because I've only read it probably a handful of times. Yeah, I think most people in here probably haven't heard it. Thank you, Skrilla, for... Oh my god. Papa Capybara, he was reading a newspaper and his kid was running around. Oh my god, that's so cute. Thank you. Elle, were you the one asking what story this print went with the other day? Because somebody was asking that and they said they loved this print and they hadn't heard the story. Was that you? Because yes, a lot of these are available for print in my merch store. And if there is a background you see that is not available for print, just write in all caps print request when you see it come up, and I will add it to the merch store for a framed print. And you can ask Archangelo, Trisha, several of y'all in here who have purchased the prints and love them. And thank you to everyone who has purchased stuff from the merch store. I appreciate everybody's support so much. And it's been a lot of fun to design this stuff, more than I realized it would be. So thanks. Perfect giggles, yeah, because this isn't on the Audify, so thank you so much, Kate the Great. I appreciate that. It's nice to find something that actually uses my skills, because a lot of times they're not the most valued in, capitalist society and business circles. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Lonely Hearts Diner. Thank you, Veronica. God, that's cute. He was playing in a watermelon. It was so cute. He was like stomping in a watermelon. It was just so cute. Thank you. Valentine's Day has a certain kind of silence to it when you're alone. Not the peaceful kind. The kind that hums under your skin. It always felt like the world got louder about love on purpose. Like every heart-shaped decoration and overpriced bouquet was meant to remind you of something you didn't have. Thank you, Jerry. Or something you've lost. Or something you stopped believing in. This year, I wasn't heartbroken. Not exactly. I was just done. I had surrendered to the idea that love wasn't coming back around for me, and I wasn't even bitter about it. I wasn't sad in that sharp way I used to be. It was more like a dull acceptance of weather. Some people get spring, and some people get winter that never fully leaves. I was traveling alone again, as I often did, crossing state lines like they were nothing. A road trip stretched across the country, fueled by gas station coffee and the kind of curiosity that never really shuts off. I was researching supernatural folklore for my work, collecting stories from forgotten towns and diners where old men still talked about lights in cornfields and women who vanished on back roads. I had always been drawn to places where the veil felt thin. And Valentine's Day just happened to fall in the middle of my trip. By the time night came, I was deep into the kind of rural darkness that makes you realize how small headlights really are. Skrilla, stop. The interstate was long behind me, and I was on a back road I couldn't even name, guided more by instinct than GPS at this point. And the world outside my windshield was reduced to bare trees and occasional snowbanks glowing faintly under the moon. My stomach had been growling for miles. The coffee I'd had earlier was long gone, replaced by that tired heaviness that makes your eyes ache and your thoughts blur. I told myself I'd find something soon, a truck stop, a late night diner, anything. But the road only grew darker. And then, around a bend, I saw it. A glow, soft and warm. Neon. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, desperate for comfort. But it was real. A diner. Sat alone on the side of the road. As if it had been dropped there from another decade. Vintage 1950s style. Chrome trim. Big front windows fogged by warmth. A neon sign buzzing above the roofline that read, "The Lonely Hearts Diner." The windows were decorated, and a hand-painted banner stretched across the glass that read, "Anti-Love Valentine's Diner. For the ones who quit believing." Hungry and exhausted, I told myself not to overthink it. The diner looked cozy and inviting. So I stepped out into the cold, and the air hit my lungs like ice. Thank you, Rachie. Thank you, Kay. But the diner's warmth spilled out through the cracks of its door, carrying the smell of coffee and fried food and something sweet like pie cooling on a windowsill. Inside, it was brighter than it should have been. Golden light, vinyl booths, a counter lined with spinning stools, and a jukebox glowing in the corner, playing a slow song that sounded like it belonged to another century. Every table was occupied, not by couples, but by singles. People sitting alone with coffee cups between their hands, faces turned inward like they were listening to their own thoughts. The atmosphere was quiet, but not sad, more like reverent. Like a church made of chrome and coffee. I slid into a booth near the window, shrugging off my coat, and a waitress appeared almost immediately. She wore a pale pink uniform, old-fashioned. Her hair was pinned up neatly and her face was kind but a little unreadable, like someone who had seen too much and judged none of it. She set a menu down in front of me, and the menu was simple. Grilled cheese, fries, coffee, and pie. Valentine's special. And at the very bottom, in small cursive, it read, "Tonight's special, closure." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. So I ordered coffee and the grilled cheese with fries and pie. The waitress nodded. And as I waited, I looked around and everyone at the diner seemed tired. Not physically, but spiritually. A man at the counter stared into his mug like it contained the ocean. A woman in a dark coat sat with her hands folded, her wedding ring still on her finger. An older gentleman picked at a slice of pie, eyes distant as if remembering someone who was long gone. This wasn't a diner for heartbreak. It was a diner for surrender. And somehow that felt worse. My coffee arrived and it was hotter than it should have been, steaming like it had been poured straight from the center of the earth. It tasted like every late night conversation that I had ever had with someone who mattered. It tasted like warmth, like being understood without explanation. It tasted like love. I stared down at it, unsettled. The waitress moved through the room, refilling cups, setting plates down. Slowly, I noticed that the energy began to change, not dramatically, but subtly. The man at the counter lifted his head and his shoulders seemed to ease. The woman with the wedding ring exhaled as if she'd been holding her breath for years. And a few people began to smile, small hesitant smiles, not at each other, but at themselves. At something remembered. The jukebox clicked and a different song began. Still slow and still soft, but less mournful. More hopeful. I found myself thinking about love in ways that I hadn't allowed myself to in years. Not romantic love. Not the kind of love that leaves. Not love as a concept. As a human thing. Friendship, kindness. The way a stranger can hold a door open on a hard day. The way a place can feel like home even if you've never been there before. And I realized something then. Thank you, Diana. I had been telling myself I'd given up on love because it hurt less than hoping. But the truth was, hope had never really left. It had just gotten quiet. Thank you, Whitney. My food came and it was simple diner food, but it tasted like it was made with love. And as I ate, the tired heaviness in my chest began to lift. Not because I suddenly believed in soulmates, but because I remembered that love isn't just one thing. It wasn't just romance. It wasn't just Valentine's Day. It was everywhere, in small forms, waiting to be noticed. When the waitress brought my check, it was tucked inside a little paper heart. Not red, but silver. And written inside in delicate script was something that made my throat tighten. A reminder that giving up on love was not the same as being free from it. I left cash on the table, more than enough. And as I stood, the waitress met my eyes. Her expression was gentle, like she already knew that I'd be okay. Outside, the cold wrapped around me again, but it felt different now. Cleaner, less cruel. The neon sign buzzed softly beside me as I walked back to my car. The Lonely Hearts Diner glowed against the dark road like a lantern. And I drove away with caffeine in my veins and something unfamiliar in my chest. Not romance, not longing, just openness. The next morning, curiosity gnawed at me, and I told myself that I should go back and thank the waitress. So I followed the same back road, and the trees stood bare and the snowbanks glittered. I drove slowly, watching for the neon glow. Mile after mile passed. Nothing. No diner, no parking lot, no sign, only woods. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Whitney. Only empty roadside. My stomach tightened. I checked my map. I turned around again. Slowly creeping down the road, my eyes peeled to the side. Hi, Sherry. Finally, I stopped at a small gas station miles away and I asked the clerk about it. He told me that there was a rumor around those parts. A ghost story about a diner that appeared only once a year. On Valentine's Day. A place for the lonely. A place for the ones who quit believing. A place that served coffee and closure. And then it vanished before morning. It was as if the diner had never existed. Except it had. I could still taste the coffee and I could still feel the warmth. I could still remember the way the room had slowly filled with something softer than despair. And I realized then that maybe the diner wasn't meant to be found twice. Maybe it wasn't a place. Maybe it was a moment. A haunting, not of terror, but of hope. A reminder that even on the loneliest holiday of the year, love still finds people. Not always in the way expected. Not always as romance, but sometimes as a warm booth in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes as a waitress who looked at you like you were still worth saving. And every Valentine's Day after that, I have found myself wondering, how many lonely hearts were sitting in that diner right now, drinking coffee, letting go, remembering, and believing again. And that's the tale of the Lonely Hearts Diner. Thank you so much, Corey. That was so pretty. Thank you. Too deep? What do you mean, Skrilla? Were you just typing like the most random words the entire time I was telling that story, or what? Because literally I couldn't make sense of a single thing you typed in the chat. The whole story. It looked like just the most random words I've ever seen. Like, I'm serious. I was trying to make sense of what the hell you were saying. The only one that made sense was the window wall one. The rest was just gibberish. I was like, why is he just typing words? Like, what is he even saying? He said, Dutch bros. Won't catch me filling out forms. SpaghettiOs. Black hole sun. Won't catch me paying for a flashlight. That one makes sense. True blood. Like, none of these things connect to each other. True blood. SpaghettiOs. Dutch bros. What are those words? Are those just rhyming words? These rhyming words? Because now I'm listening. They rhyme. Dutch bros, SpaghettiOs. What the fuck was the other one? True blood? That doesn't rhyme with the rest. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He was just naming a bagel company and a TV show? So you were just, so you didn't realize they rhymed. So what were you doing? Because I'm dying to know if there was... Because I was like, what is he saying? I saw SpaghettiOs, and that's when I was like, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Trucker said he thought he was talking to his Alexa. I can't connect the dots, Skrilla. I'm not going to decode a cipher in the middle of reading a story. I thought Dutch Bros was a type of blunt, so apparently we all think Dutch Bros is something else. Sherry said, tell us, Skrilla, or go to the back of the porch. Oh, Sherry's getting sassy. I just like to give Skrilla shit, but really I didn't know what he was saying. Kim said, that'll do it. That'll do it. I know you like it. But the SpaghettiOs threw me off. I was like, SpaghettiOs, Dutch Bros, True Blood. I don't get it. It's a coffee place? I don't know what it is. I thought it was blunts, so I was wrong. And then I realized that I'm thinking of, what was it called? A fucking Dutch blunt. We used to mummy wrap that shit. Anybody know what I'm talking about or no? Mummy wrap a Dutch? Nobody? Take the green ones. Nope. Not cupcakes. All right, nobody knows what I'm talking about. Got it. Then I'm not going to elaborate. We'll keep moving. Do we want an extra story? It's Friday night. Yes, Veronica. Yes, Corey. Similar, Kristen. The Duchess, the Leaf. Thank you, Kate. Finally, thank you, Kate. Somebody. I thought it was just me, and I was like, damn, I'm really ratchet. Oh, you knew too, Sherry? Yeah. It's some old school shit. Yep. I don't even do that anymore. But I used to, and I still know how. Me too, Veronica. Yeah. And the way you would get the leaf off, I'm still traumatized and horrified by the way what we used to do to get the leaf off, and like how gross that is. That was pre-COVID, and we literally yes, Skrilla, pretty much. But that was pre-COVID. You knew you're 55, yeah. It was pre-COVID, so we didn't know about but people straight used to soak that thing until we could peel the leaf off. That is gross. And we never once thought about it. Yep. We'd sometimes hand it to somebody else, hey, will you soak the leaf off while I'm doing this? And it was everybody spit together. That's so gross. That is so gross. But I never even thought about it back. Yeah, so gross. Yep. Licking the leaf. Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God. You graduated the sink? I graduated to my stove. Just kidding. No, I didn't. I'm totally kidding. Introduced her to my stove. Love her, I ain't never let her go. I mean, once he introduces you to a stove, guys, that's that's some major commitment. Okay, guys. Happy birthday, Brooke. It's your birthday. Good night, Corey. All right, guys, I have the next poll ready. Happy birthday, Brooke. We love you. The next poll is ready. And I decided to switch it up a little bit tonight, you guys. I decided this would be a fun, almost like a... Oh, thanks for the cheeky pup, Skrilla. And Sherry, thank you for the little birdies and the crane. Okay, so this one I decided to switch up a little bit. And it's still the stories that we love. But I named them after kind of the jokes. The jokey jokes that we call them. So it'll be more fun. At least that's my theory. Okay? So we have Curtis the Seal. Kim, that one's for you. We have Baby Choop Choop. We have the Booger Hole. We have the Stinky Goat. And we have Mortimer Howlington. Okay? Does the stories. Oh, congratulations, Giggles. Happy anniversary. You guys like it? All right, you ready to vote? Ready? You can vote in the top left-hand corner. Who's it gonna be? We have Curtis the Seal, named after Curtis Jackson, the philosopher. We have the baby Choop Choop. We have the booger hole. We have the stinky goat. And we have Mortimer Howlington. No, those are not the names of the stories. These are the silly names I decided to choose instead. Jade, how do I choose? Jade, did you see the names? Baby Choop Choop's in the lead. Curtis the Seal is crying. Curtis is so hurt, you guys. Curtis is so hurt. Lovely said good. Team Travis. Curtis is a seal, Lovely. Curtis is a seal. Diana, thank you for the galaxy. She said Team Travis. I said Curtis is seal. She said, I know. So you think what I'm dating is seal. Oh, it's because you're teasing Jade. Oh, I get it. I get it now. Lovely, you missed it. We read Impusa earlier. By the way, you guys, Lovely's in Impusa story too. Justin, Lovely's. Oh, you were here? Oh, you were just being quiet. Justin, Lovely said she is Team Travis. So... Justin said, wow. And the winner is the baby Choop Choop. Baby Choop Choop. Yes, I'm telling on you, Lovely. And then Justin says you think you know someone. Alright, guys. The baby Chupa Chup won. Jade's foot wasn't on the list. Jade, I was expecting Silk Stockings too, but I changed it because nobody likes that story and nobody votes for them. So I was like, I might as well put another one of somebody's requests up. And somebody asked for Goat Man. So I was like, okay, Smelly Goat. Smelly Goat, what are they feeding you? Jade, don't be sorry. I'm so proud of you. Guys, let's all give Jade a round of applause. She is finally changing her situation that was not desirable, and she's choosing herself. And she got a storage unit today, and she's moving the fuck out. Proud of you, Jade. Yeah, Lady Rose, it's not your fault. Oh, look at Skrilla in first place.
You in first place. You in first place.
You're the #1 viewer. Don't you see? Click on the little number of people in here. And you #1, boy. And then Matt's #2. And Misbehaven's #3. Dana's #4. SpaghettiOs, I don't get it. Thanks, Kim. You in first place. Bad bitch contest. You in first place. I like when the beat drops right there.
You in first place. You in first place.
Best part. I love 2 Chainz. I know, Nicole, I'm out of control. And thank you, Holly, for the reminder. All right, we got the baby Choop Choop in the screen. Oh my God, nobody's going to get over that there's not 2 babies because of Lovely. Lovely, like, spread a rumor in the chat. And then everybody spent a week trying to find the second baby. Oh yeah, Jade. Lovely vocalized it. Because I say there were 2 of them, but that's 2 chupacabras, and there are. Right there. 2. And somehow you guys interpret it as 2 babies. And then everybody spent a week looking for the 2 babies. Didn't Brooke, yeah, see? Brooke, I knew I was going to say Brooke. Brooke said days of her life. She screenshotted it and was looking forever. Okay, so Lovely says, I said there were 2 of them, but it was right after you and Jade both said, oh, look, a baby. But I meant like, yep, there's 2 chupas in the picture. A little baby. I didn't mean there's 2 babies, but it's just so funny because so many people misunderstood me. I clearly could have worded that better. And it's so funny because so many of you guys were like, I was looking for that fucking baby for days. And I love you guys because I'm the same way. It would drive me crazy if I couldn't find it. Your mom asked if you were taking your meds. Next time you guys, like, lovely, you could have just texted me. Days, Holly. Yeah. And Brooke said she kept demanding there were two and she was just blind. Jade was ashamed she couldn't find it. This turned into such Chupa Babygate. Babygate. Jade said I was going to go to the eye doctor. It's like a Where's Waldo, but there's no Waldo. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Chupacabra. And yes, happy birthday, Brooke. Okay, really quickly. Whoever's screen name is lactose intolerant, you win. That is hilarious. Thank you for the galaxy, Matt. Okay, can we please just pin this lactose intolerant person? Welcome to the porch. Please stay because you're definitely our type of person. Your name is hilarious. Wait, what, lovely? Oh, why is it getting extra views? Here we go. I have a foot and eye doctor. They call me Eileen. Eileen, lactose intolerant. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome back. It's always a joy when you come in here because you're so funny. It's so funny. All right, I just had to acknowledge lactose intolerant because you're hilarious. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Chupacabra. Yodi said, that kitty looks hungry. Mistletoe and wine, that's so funny. Well, we're glad to have you here. Thank you, Viola. Thank you so much, guys, for the pretty gifts. Hi, Neat from Ohio. Most people think they know what a chupacabra is. If you ask someone in the United States, they'll usually describe a hairless, dog-like creature with gray skin and glowing eyes. Sometimes they'll show you photographs of mangy coyotes that newspapers labeled as chupacabras 20 years ago. But that isn't the creature that terrified Puerto Rico. And that isn't the creature that launched one of the most explosive cryptid panics in modern history. And that isn't the creature that I went looking for. I became fascinated by the chupacabra because of how the story just suddenly appeared. Legends usually evolve slowly. Bigfoot stories can be traced back through generations of indigenous traditions. Lake monsters often have centuries of reported sightings. But the chupacabra seemed different. It exploded into public awareness almost overnight. In 1995, livestock across Puerto Rico began turning up dead under bizarre circumstances. Goats, chickens, rabbits, and other animals were found completely drained of blood. Witnesses described puncture wounds on the necks and chest, and that there was surprisingly little blood at the scene. Then came the sightings. The original witnesses weren't describing a canine. They described something far stranger. A creature standing roughly 4 to 5 feet tall, dark gray skin, large red eyes, spines running down its back, and long arms ending in clawed fingers, and a body that moved in short bursts, sometimes upright and sometimes hunched. Beefy. People across Puerto Rico reported seeing the same thing. The epicenter of the panic became the municipality of Canavenas. Hundreds of reports poured in. The mayor of Canavenas at the time became so convinced something was stalking the countryside that organized searches were constructed. Now, whether those reports represented hysteria, misidentification, or something genuine remains heavily debated. But one thing is undeniable. The people reporting these encounters were terrified. The folklore itself became tangled with older traditions. Puerto Rico's cultural history is a blend of indigenous Taino heritage, Spanish influence, and African traditions carried by enslaved people. Long before the chupacabra name existed, stories already circulated about predatory night creatures lurking at the edges of settlements. Good night, James. Shape-shifting entities, forest spirits, blood-drinking monsters, guardians of places humans weren't meant to enter. Jade, the goats aren't in the picture, they're in the story. I had them in the original picture, then I was like, that's probably too much. There's no goats. Jade made that up too. She literally made that up too. There's no goats in the picture. We're not starting another search. The chupacabra may have been new, but the fear it awakened was ancient. That's okay, Jade. Goat gate. And that was exactly why I booked a flight. I wanted to understand how a legend could emerge so quickly and yet still feel so old. Kim said, I see a giraffe in the background. There are goats in the story, not in the picture. So I traveled to Puerto Rico, specifically Canavenas. I arrived during the wet season. The countryside was astonishingly beautiful. Rolling green hills, dense tropical forests, banana groves, mist-covered ridges. Everything felt alive. The humidity wrapped around me the moment I stepped outside the airport. By the time I reached Canavenas, my clothes already felt damp. I spent the first several days doing what I always do when researching folklore. I talked to people. Farmers, local historians, park workers, longtime residents. Not everyone believed in the chupacabra, but even the skeptics treated the legend with a strange degree of respect. People laughed about it, but then they lowered their voices. People dismissed it, and then they admitted that they avoided certain areas after dark. People claimed it was nonsense. And then they told me livestock deaths they couldn't explain. The reports all shared remarkable similarities. Many sightings occurred near heavily forested ravines, near rivers, near abandoned agricultural land, slowly being reclaimed by the jungle. Areas where visibility vanished after sunset. Places where sound carried strangely. Places where people felt watched. One elderly farmer described a region locals rarely entered after dark. Not because of the chupacabra specifically, but because strange things had happened there long before the chupacabra became famous. And that caught my attention. In folklore, ancient legends often survive by attaching themselves to newer stories. And over time, people's interpretations of their experiences take different forms and languages change. So I wondered if the chupacabra was merely the latest name for something much older. A week into my trip, I decided to explore one of those remote regions myself. The area sat several miles outside of town. A patchwork of overgrown fields, limestone outcroppings, and dense tropical forests. The terrain was rough and steep. Exactly the sort of place where people could convince themselves that they saw monsters. I parked near an abandoned farm and I started hiking. The property had clearly been deserted for years, and vines consumed the fences. Good night, CJ. We love you. We miss you. Trees erupted through old foundations. Rusty machinery disappeared beneath vegetation. Everything felt suspended between civilization and wilderness. And I spent most of the afternoon documenting the area, photographing old structures, taking notes, comparing locations against historical reports. And nothing unusual happened. At least, not initially. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not complete silence, just the absence of the expected sounds. The rainforest had been loud all day. Birds, insects, tree frogs. And then suddenly, nothing. I stopped walking and the silence remained. And my instincts began whispering. Not panic, just awareness. The same sensation hikers often describe before realizing they wandered into a predator's territory. Thank you, Rita. I looked around carefully. There was nothing, just jungle. Dense green walls stretching in every direction. I continued forward, and the silence followed. And then I found the goats. 3 of them, dead, lying near the remains of a collapsed fence. At first glance, they appeared untouched. No obvious signs of a predator. No missing flesh, no scattered remains. But something about it seemed wrong. The bodies looked too clean. I approached cautiously and there were wounds, small punctures near the chest. Not dramatic, subtle, almost surgical. I took photographs. The ground was hard and rocky in the area, so I didn't see any tracks from an animal. Whatever had killed them hadn't left any obvious evidence. I reminded myself that there were rational explanations like disease, parasites. And then I heard movement. A brief rustling behind me. I turned immediately, and there was nothing. Everything stood motionless, and I waited. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't my imagination. Every instinct in my body recognized it. Something was observing me. I slowly scanned the tree line, and then I saw it. At first glance, I thought it was a person crouching among the vegetation, which was honestly more horrifying. But then it moved. The creature unfolded from behind a cluster of palms. It stood approximately 4 feet tall, maybe slightly taller. Its skin appeared dark gray. Not fur, skin. Its head was large, and its eyes reflected ambient light in a deep reddish glow, and along its spine rows of raised structures protruded from its back. Not exaggerated spikes like horror movies, more like ridges, organic, natural. The creature wasn't charging me or puffing up to appear threatening. It wasn't stalking me. It was just watching me, studying me. And the intelligence in its gaze was what startled me the most. Predators usually look right through you, like you're just food. But the chupacabra looked at me. There was curiosity there. Assessment. Intelligence. I froze. Every survival instinct told me not to run. The creature tilted its head slightly, And then another movement to the side caught my eye. A second figure, smaller, partially concealed. Oh my God, there's two of them. The smaller one remained hidden among vegetation. And once it saw that I had noticed the smaller one, the larger one stepped forward. Only a few feet, but enough. Enough for me to see details. The limbs were long, the fingers ended in dark claws, and its chest expanded slowly with controlled breaths as if it was trying to catch its breath. Its skin bore old scars, crossing its body in pale lines. And for several seconds, neither of us moved. Then something happened I still struggle to explain. The larger creature looked toward the dead goats, then back at me, then over toward the forest where the smaller one was hiding. A sequence, deliberate. An attempt to communicate with me, as though it understood exactly what I was documenting. I crouched down and I kneeled on one knee as an attempt to show that I meant no harm, that I wasn't a threat. I watched the creature let out a long, deep breath, a sigh of relief that made my heart break a little. The moment stretched out for what felt like an hour, and we just stared at each other in awe. And then the smaller creature made a brief clicking sound, and the larger one reacted instantly, and it leapt back into the trees. And just like that, they both vanished. Their movement was so fast and efficient that the jungle swallowed them almost immediately. And within seconds, they were gone. I stood there for several minutes, unable to move, trying to process what had just happened to me. Eventually, I started to hike back toward my car. Every shadow seemed alive, every rustle demanded attention. But nothing else happened. By the time I reached the road, daylight was fading rapidly. I drove back to town, my head spinning, with more questions than answers. Over the following days, I reviewed photographs and notes repeatedly, and I found no definitive proof, no evidence that would convince a skeptic. In my own experience, what did I encounter? I honestly don't know. Maybe an unknown animal. Maybe something folklore eventually just wrapped itself around. Or maybe the legend exists because people occasionally stumble across something that doesn't fit neatly into our categories. But what I do know is this. The forests around Canavenas are older than the Chupacabra legend. And the fear attached to those places is older too. And long before newspapers printed the word Chupacabra, people were reporting strange encounters in those hills. Something inspired those stories, and something continues to inspire them today. So if you decide to explore those forests yourself, remember that not everything unknown is a threat, and not every mystery wants to be solved. I went looking for a legend. And what I found was a reminder that there are still corners of the world where creatures continue to evade their biggest threat. And that is human entitlement and destruction. And they just want to be left alone in peace. I don't know whether the chupacabra is supernatural or merely an animal that science hasn't cataloged yet. But I can say this. I encountered something in that jungle that was just as scared of me as I was of it. And the terrifying creature that cryptids warn their young about is the human. And that's the tale of the chupacabra. And that is the story that bitch on Audify said that I was too preachy, and I was getting preachy in my stories. How is that preachy? Oh, you don't like hearing that things are scared of humans? Bummer. Well, deal with it. It's called the truth. It's not preachy, it's information. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, guys. Skrilla, are you just like poking the bear tonight or something? I feel like you are. Thank you, Zan. Beefy, you're a brat. Beefy, you're like, oh, you're just gonna try to poke too. Beefy was just about to poke the bear too. Hi, Mary. Thanks, Tam Bam. Thank you, Teresa. I really appreciate that so much. And welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself. Beefy. I write all these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like. On my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. I also have all of the links in my bio. And there is a playlist on my YT channel called Bedtime Stories that will help you fall asleep. Yeah, Beefy, you're toting a fine line right now, buddy. You're on a fine line right now, Beefy. You're one maple bar comment away from getting muted. We have a no maple bar rule in here, Beefy. And we have a no Fox and the Hound rule in here. 2 things you're not allowed to mention on the porch. And what did Beefy do? playing with fire, bro. Matt, I'm trying to scare Beefy. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to scare Beefy. Littlefoot's not as sad to me because that's just like evolution that happened. Yeah, he took it too far with the maple bar comment. Yes, Jade, I knew Matt was a twin. Duh. Dear. Yeah, Mace, like we can't coexist with dinosaurs. It's evolution. It was inevitable. But like the fox and the hound, there is no need for that shit. Despicable. Mace, you're a twin too. Cool. So are my friends Carrie and Casey. Exactly, Brooke. We do not speak of it. So are my friends Carrie and Casey. C2 as they go by. And yes, they're the twins from the cave story. And yes, they're real. And yes, they're from Kansas. Yeah, John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. Your name is my name too. Perfect timing, John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. Perfect timing. I love you guys. Thank you, Ryu. Hi, Chris. All right, you guys know what time it is. It's grilled cheese time. We got an extra hour tonight. Because everybody's feeling wild. It's Friday. I'm going to say I'm very excited about the story on Monday. The story on Monday, for not the first time, but I will be covering a story that is folklore I grew up with. And I'm excited. I'm excited. Plus the picture's really pretty and it's going to make an awesome print. Of course, Kim. Sometimes if I have the energy, I'll go over time, especially on the weekends. What's in your head, Andrew? I love you too, Jade. Oh, Chet's coming up, Thay. What do you mean? He's here. Missed you too, Mary. Happy Friday. Yay, Chris. Yeah, I stayed up later tonight just for you. We were waiting for Chris to come in. And yes, Mace, I pretty much all I do is cope. I think my life is just one big coping. Just coping. Good morning, Drew. How's it going over on the other side of the pond? Anna, why wouldn't you just share them in the Discord then? So everybody could see them. Anna, are you in the Discord? Because you just go to the chat and click the little plus sign and you can post the picture. It's just kind of like a normal chat room. It's very analog and old school, so it's actually pretty easier to use if you are used to older stuff. Also, Jade, who did you think? Yeah, don't worry, Anna. You can post it in the Discord anytime you want. People chat in there after the live, too. Oh, see, there we go. Justin just shared it. We chat in there after the live. We share pictures of all kinds of stuff. Fun stuff. Oh, when Drew came in, you thought Drew was Andrew. You thought Drew was Matt's twin. Drew lives in England. So I doubt he's Matt's twin. I don't think Matt's twin comes in here, Jade. Wait, is Matt's twin's name Drew? Is that why you thought? Hi, T Dragoness. That's a cool name. What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. If you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow one more time. There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. I do write and record all of these stories myself, so if you want to listen to them when I'm not live, all of the live recordings do go straight to my YT channel, as well as there is a playlist, and all of these are recorded on videos for you to listen to and fall asleep to with no chit chat on a bedtime stories playlist. Holly, you're so cute. I love you. You're so sweet, Holly. Thank you, Goldilocks. All right, good. Everybody, Anna shared pictures in the Discord. She's convinced that she saw something in the Chupacabra picture. She wants somebody else to tell her that she's not crazy. So go check it out. See if you see it. I'm going to start hiding stuff in the backgrounds just to fuck with you guys. Thank you, T Dragoness. Welcome in. I'm Devin. Welcome to the porch. All right, guys, sit back and relax and get ready for the night shift at Sycamore Diner. And if you haven't joined the Discord, feel free to. Justin will pin it when he gets a chance at the top of the chat, and we have a lot of fun in there. I share pictures of Merlin because he's the cutest thing on this planet, literally. Nothing alive is cuter than him. I don't care what anybody says. I'm obsessed with him. And I'm so proud of you too, Anna. Look at you, figured out Discord like in a second. You figured that out in a second. I told you it wasn't going to be hard. You got to believe in yourself more, girl. Your immediate response was doubt. I don't know how to do it. Bullshit. You just did it. Like quick as hell. Look at that. Next time, don't talk to yourself like that. You do know how to do it and you did it. You figured it out like a lightning speed. I didn't even get to the next story before you figured it out. Right, Mary? All cats are just the cutest things on the planet. Cats are number one. Well, besides, yeah, well, cats are still beat out capybaras. Capybaras are adorable, but cats are so soft. If capybaras were soft, it'd be game over. Well, don't worry, Anna. Like, none of us know how to use it that well. I got it just for the porch bells, and I'm still learning. Tommy has to help me do everything. I don't know how to do it, so you're not alone. We're all kind of figuring it out. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. I'm not usually the kind of person who pulls over on back roads at night. Not unless I absolutely have to. But that night, something about that storm, the long drive, and that growling pit in my stomach convinced me otherwise. I was hungry. It was late October and I was headed back to campus after a weekend visit with my friends in North Carolina. And yes, Justin, you're right. I am the kind of person who drives on back roads at night. That's a lie. I had a midterm on Monday and my plan had been to drive straight through. 5 hours, no stops. But then came the rain. One of those cold, slanted, whispery rains that creeps into your bones and makes the windshield wipers sound like a heartbeat. I had taken the wrong exit trying to bypass traffic, and I ended up on a 2-lane back road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and power lines. And that's when I saw the neon sign. SYCAMRE Diner. The O in Sycamore was flickering like it hadn't worked right in years. But the rest was lit up in a cherry red neon. A tiny beacon in the middle of nowhere. I figured I'd grab a quick bite, maybe some coffee, check my map and get back on the highway. But I should have just kept driving. I should have known something was off the second I stepped inside. The bell over the door jingled, but not like a normal bell. It made this sharp, metallic ping that echoed longer than it should have. The air inside was warm, almost too warm, and it smelled like grilled onions and pancake syrup. The place looked like it had been yanked straight from 1957. Checkerboard floor, red vinyl booths, a long counter with spinning stools. Even a jukebox in the corner that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. And the people? They all stopped and looked at me the second I walked in. Not in a rude way, just quiet. like they weren't expecting me. Like I'd walked into the middle of a sentence that no one wanted to finish. A waitress, tall, with a beehive hairdo and a light blue uniform, smiled and waved me over. "You get caught in the rain, sweetheart," she said, handing me a laminated menu. I nodded, still trying to shake off that weird feeling. "Yeah, the highway's a mess." She chuckled and patted my shoulder. "Well, you're safe here. Sycamore's always open for travelers." I sat down at a corner booth and the vinyl creaked. And I remember the jukebox shifted songs by itself and started playing some slow doo-wop ballad that I didn't recognize. I looked around and everyone looked normal, sort of. There was a trucker with a thick gray beard drinking coffee at the counter. A young couple whispering to each other in a booth by the jukebox. And an older woman stirring tea like she was lost in thought. But they all had the same look in their eyes, like they were there but also somewhere else. Like they were watching me out of the corner of their eyes even when they were looking down. The waitress came back with coffee. Strong, hot, and surprisingly good. And I ordered a grilled cheese with fries. Simple, safe. She wrote it down with one of those clicky pens and said, "Don't worry, it's on the house tonight." And that was my second red flag. No diner just gives food away. While I waited, I took out my phone to check the map. No signal, and I mean nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, not even GPS. Just a blank screen with a spinning wheel. I glanced out the foggy window, and the storm was still going. Thank you, NYX. But now the wind had picked up, and I could see the power lines swaying like jump ropes in the dark. But the diner stayed perfectly lit. Not even a flicker. The food came fast. Too fast, like under 5 minutes. But it looked amazing. Golden bread, gooey cheese, crispy fries with a little metal cup of ketchup on the side. I took a bite. Delicious. I mean, I've eaten at a lot of diners, greasy spoons, college joints, and roadside shacks, but this was hands down the best grilled cheese I've ever had. The fries were perfect, and the coffee never ran out. Every time I took a sip, it was somehow full again. I was halfway through the sandwich when the trucker got up to leave. He walked right past my table, nodded once, and whispered, "Don't stay past midnight." That's all he said. What? But he was already out the door. The waitress gave us a tight smile and walked over collecting his empty mug. Old Earl, he's always saying weird stuff. Just ignore him. But I couldn't. Something about his voice stuck with me. Something about the way he looked at me. Not like I was a customer, but like I was in danger. I checked the clock over the register. 11:42. I figured I had just enough time to finish my fries, grab the check, and head out. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. But when I stood up, the lights flickered just once and then again. And then everything in the diner stopped moving. The couple by the jukebox froze mid-sentence. The woman with the tea stopped stirring, her spoon hanging in midair. The waitress, her hand reached out for a mug, just stopped. Like someone hit pause on the entire scene. I took a step back. The jukebox buzzed, glitched, and restarted a new track. I could still move, but no one else could. And then I heard it. Not music. A voice. Not coming from anyone I could see. Just a whisper that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering in my chest. And I turned the knob. Locked. Of course it was locked. I tried the windows, but they were sealed shut. I started banging on the glass and shouting, but no one was outside. Just wind and rain, and that flickering red sign. SYCAMRE. I turned back toward the dining room, and everyone was gone. Not frozen anymore, just gone. The booths were empty. No plates, no crumbs, no mugs. No sign that anyone had ever even been there. Except for my plate, still warm and still half-eaten. And then I saw the waitress. She was standing by the kitchen doors, her silhouette backlit by flickering fluorescent light. Her face was wrong. The same smile, but her eyes were empty, black and endless, like someone had painted over them. "You shouldn't be here, honey," she said in that same cheerful voice. "Not yet." I stumbled back, knocking over a chair as she took one slow step toward me. "The others? They were waiting, but you just wandered in." She raised a hand and the walls began to shimmer. Literally shimmer, like heat waves on asphalt. The checkered floor rippled and the red booths started to fade, becoming outlines and shadows and then nothing. And then I saw it. Underneath the illusion. It was charred wood, cracked tile, broken beams, and black soot. Like the diner had burned down long ago. I ran. I don't even remember how I got out. 1 second, I was inside, and the next, I was on the side of the road, soaked to the bone and gasping for air. My car was still there, parked on gravel that didn't even look like a lot anymore, just weeds and puddles. No neon sign. No glowing windows. Just nothing. I drove back to campus that night in silence. No music, no Porch Lore podcast. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that red neon flicker back to life. I didn't tell anyone. Not for weeks. Not until I finally looked up Sycamore Diner on a local history site. And I found it. It burned to the ground in 1972. A gas leak. The whole place went up at midnight, and everyone inside was killed. 5 patrons, a waitress, and a cook. The photo in the article? The same checkerboard floor, the same red booths, the same neon sign. SYCAMORE. And in the corner of the photo, that same waitress, smiling. I never took that back road again. I don't even drive at night anymore if I can help it. And every time I see a neon diner sign, something in me flinches just a little. Because I know I was there. And I know I wasn't supposed to be. But the part that keeps me up sometimes, the part that really makes my stomach turn, that was the best damn grilled cheese I've ever had, and I didn't even pay for it. And that's the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Good night, Porch Pals. I love you guys. I hope you enjoyed the extra hour tonight. Happy Friday. I am so grateful for our beautiful community. You guys are so funny and smart and sweet. And I just love our community. And I'm grateful for you guys every day. I look forward to seeing you guys again tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And also, if you haven't ever joined us on Kim's live, she is live all day on Saturday. And we just straight get silly in there. So if you are interested in watching paranormal investigations with us, thanks Alexis, and hanging out and getting goofy, check out Kim's live tomorrow. I don't think she's still in here, but you guys know Kim by now. Check her out tomorrow. I will be in there like I am every Saturday. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you for the beautiful gifts. Thank you for helping me with my gallery. Thank you for the taps. And happy birthday, Brooke. And if you can't fall asleep, don't forget. Yes, you too, Good Time Charlie. Thank you. And if you can't fall asleep, don't forget to head on over to my YT where you will find the Bedtime Stories playlist, and I promise it'll help you fall asleep soon. I hope you guys get some wonderful sleep. I will see you tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And don't forget, stay spooky.